that's one to die to. I try to just throw it at you. Determine your own adventure, Andre. Got to a station, here's my destination. She got off the bus, the conversation lingered in my head for hours. Took a shower, kinda sour, cause my favorite group ain't coming with it. But I'm with you cause you're probably going through it anyway. But anyhow, went and died, went on out and bought it. Cause I thought it would be jamming, but examine all the flaws get. Walls get off it, sad and it's costly. But that's all shit, bro, and I hope I never have to float in that boat. Up Creek, it's sweet, it's the last quote that I wanna hear when I'm going down. When all said and done, and we got a new Joe in town. With the record player, get the skipping and slowing down. All y'all can say is them that earn that crown, but until then.
Years from now, my people will be forced to live in mobile homes on reservations. Your people will wear cardigans and drink highballs. We will sell our bracelets by the roadside. We will play golf and enjoy hot hors d'oeuvres. My people will have pain and degradation. Your people will have stitches. The gods of my tribe have spoken. They have said, do not trust the pilgrims. And for all these reasons, I decided to stop you and burn your village to the ground. Of American Indians today by the film industry, excuse me,
on television, in movie reruns, and also with recent happenings at Wounded Knee.
We're taking the land which is rightfully ours. Years from now, my people will be forced to live in mobile homes on reservations. Your people will wear cardigans and drink highballs. We will sell our bracelets by the roadside. We will play golf and enjoy hot hors d'oeuvres. My people will have pain and degradation. Your people will have stick shifts. The gods of my tribe have spoken. They have said, do not trust the pilgrims. And for all these reasons, I've decided to stop you and burn your village to the ground.
And everything is being ruined. They don't care about people living on that land.
Well, the road is disaster. It's something, it's like genocide is something for Indian people. So
Hundreds of indigenous women murdered or missing in Canada. A haunting national disgrace with no solution in sight.
how long has there been no water where you live?
For years, and all the spring water, they're dried out.
Sometimes they have to kill us. They have to kill us. Because they can't break our spirit.
You know, I'm here, obviously. I no, I've not been here in a few days. Apparently that didn't. Oh, you know. That didn't suit a few around the streets. Um, got some things going on. I don't. They seem to have lost some track of some things as well over the last 2 days. Seems to have pissed a few of them off. Hit a link this, hit a link that, blah 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 this, stalker that. One yesterday managed to get eyes on me. Um, that didn't turn out okay for them. I wouldn't advise anyone to get that close again. Especially during moments like this. Anyway, and you know who you are, dear little local. Um, Ernie, nope, we done been out for walkies this morning. And so anyway, yesterday, I was in full research mode. compiling mode, and such. So I didn't pay much attention to the political side of things yesterday. I woke up this morning for daylight. Exactly, Ernie. He feels the same way. And, exactly, Ernie. Little Hurricane has some shit to say. He's in his feels about this, too. Yeah, I'd assume I'm probably a little... No. Can't say that, because it's... No. I know part of that research I've been doing, the delving into some of you motherfuckers out here as creators and your backgrounds. Because it's just getting time for some things. And I want to make sure I'm absolutely correct. Before certain other things are enacted. And, there are more than a couple of you. More than a couple. Who, well, they're just some Nazi-ass motherfuckers. Alright? You reside in some breeding grounds of hate, propaganda, cesspools in certain states. Where the cesspools also, intersect with, major points of, drug highways. You know, them Nazis. Anyway. So, just gonna put that to the side and whatever. But, so this morning, doing my coffee, Will and I are off to the races as far as the day is starting. Having our normal daily hours-long morning start off debates, politics, science, you know, all of that, right? And, doing the thing. And, I hear what the hell went down yesterday, right? Went over the... quietly, insidiously. With our government, DOD, etc., blah, blah, blah. You know, and I know memories are short, but this was done last time as well. These websites, certain things removed from them. This is not a new stunt. It's one repeated from just a few short years ago. But even worse in ways now. However, what it is also things to make us furious, to ignite us, to distract from the bigger things, the more insidious things. Oh, when you hear and see things like this, you wonder how much more terrible it can get, but the thing is, it can always get worse. But they distract these things. And then they gaslight. They do the thing, right? They're like, oh, we'll replace it. We're putting it back. Oh, it's fixed, right? Get you distracted, looking over here, while the big things are really fucking you up from the side you're not paying attention to. And after fucking a decade or more of this shit, like, I'm used to seeing this playbook shit. I know it for what it is. The sad part is watching so many around the world and here in our own country be oblivious. Those who shouldn't forget, but do. Those who are direct sources, who witnessed events throughout history that are very much alive, and should not have forgotten, and now seemingly do, or are oblivious, and are watching history repeat, that should know better than. But are participating in ways full. I just to hear the news that the DOD and our government, under this stupid anti-DEI shit, had removed mentions of Jackie Robinson, Navajo Code Talkers, the Tuskegee Airmen, from websites, from databases. Absolutely makes me want to shoot flames out of my fucking ears. Eyeballs, nose, you name it. This happened just a few short years ago with this same ad. In a way, right? We're doing it again, are we? But this time the URL, right? Some like the AP Press, they, who were keeping close watch on things, got recordings of, the ends of the URLs where it was, DEI heroes. Excuse the fuck out of me. Excuse the fuck out of me. The excuse given for this bullshit for the restoration of some of these things, is atrocious. It's also part of the propaganda, the playbook shit, the everything shit, how this shit works and does, and it's just, Jesus, to make you okay with it, placate, to do whatever. I'm so sick to my fucking stomach. How dare anyone take away or listen or try to, you know what, fuck it. Ernie's just on a roll this morning. It's just how it's gonna be. Ernie, we're not gonna play the Bop It game. It's not time for Bop It. It's not. Get up here. No, we're not gonna play Bop It. We're not gonna do it. Ernie is on a roll. He's in hurricane mode. That's all I can tell you. Oh yeah. He's in hurricane mode. So anyway. To devalue or to take away from these moments, these men, these true heroes, these fighters, and how they contributed to the world, not just our country, to history, to true freedom, to peace, to the millions of lives saved by these men and women. There are 2 Navajo code talkers alive. They watch their No, we're not going to do it, Ernie. They watched as news broke that they had been removed, erased by their own government, Department of Defense. These men who were the very key in winning the war and involved in every mission of the U.S. Marine Corps in the Pacific Theater, that we would not have won without the entire world and its landscape, concentration camp, a whole nine. Could have been an entirely different world if not for these men, 2 of which are still alive and watch this take place. Do you know how many lives of Caucasian men, servicemen, they saved with their languages, their beautiful languages? your grandfathers and great grandfathers, do you know how many of their lives they saved? They woke up, even as old as they are. Yesterday and other days, the news that the country that was taken from them, but that they served, these men are responsible for saving essentially the world in a way. It could be a much different one without them. What fucking respect? I don't even know that there's a term good enough on this planet. How must that feel? Can't imagine. I know they've released statements on, there's no level of, I don't, makes your stomach roll. To try to and then they come back here. And see, it wasn't just the Navajo. Talking Choctaw, Cherokee, several others that participated in that. But anyway. I'm just furious. Sickening. It's just, there's no words for it. And then, y'all might think, oh, well, Jackie Robinson. Baseball player, right? I guess that's if you're not aware of history and story. And, Jackie Robinson's contribution to history in many ways, and the advancement of civil rights and changes that also happened to come about because of the same war. To devalue Jackie Robinson as just some black man who played baseball real well would be stupid on anyone's part. Ignorant. He was drafted into a war to go fight for a country that seen him as less than. To go fight overseas and abroad as we tried to save the world from Nazis, hate-based groups, Hitler, all that shit. Who anyone different, Jewish, black, disabled, etc., were eradicated from the face of the earth by concentration camps, all that. We went to stop that. And men fighting for that were in their own home, weren't allowed to drink out of the same fountains, eat at the same places, have the right to do anything, crosses burned, ropes out, whole nine. right? What that must have been like. They don't really teach that. Schools do them. And they don't tell you that we segregated troops during that war. Drafted them. They were good enough to use, right? Good enough to fight. As we dropped freedom, and spread freedom, and did whatever, right? For others who were seen as less than, slaughtered by the millions for differences. No, but they don't want to tell you about all that. You'll find many stories, if you look, of what valuable roles POC, those segregated within troops and this and the other, played in World War II. And how a great many of those freed by them remember them. And how they felt kinship. And how I remember watching documentaries and things and reading, of course, but there was one, I can't remember, I want to say Bucharest. There's a story that I recall, and one of the concentration camp survivors. The Nazis have been marching them out so as not to leave evidence behind for U.S. troops as they were moving in. And they had marched them for days and days and days. And I mean, they were already in bad shape, to begin with. But they marched them to a forest. They were going to, troops were closed in those, so they were killing them all, right? Some were already, like, living corpses. They had tried to blow a few of them up with mines. Luckily, a few, they didn't go off, and the Nazis ran away thinking the time they would go off, but they didn't. So troops come upon what they thought were a bunch of corpses anyway. Because of how bad they were and looked from their ordeals. And the soldiers were walking by and thinking most of these were dead bodies because of the shape they're in this area, realizing though after a minute or two, that they weren't. And these troops at the time consisted mainly of POC, black men, And when they realized they were alive, and needed to get them out of there and get them help, obviously. They began giving them their candy bars and other things that they had, cigarettes, type of thing. And I remember that being one of the stories one of the survivors told. And I believe that's when they came over here and became, they moved to the U.S. And when they got here, they were astonished to see the segregation was a thing, like, and they spent the rest of their lives and geared for education in this area that enabled them to help fight for the freedoms and rights of POC here on the U.S. These Jewish survivors and others, but that story in particular stuck with me. And then the other day I was watching a documentary on Hitler Youth and how they were identified and put into what they call the baby cages region in a certain place and transported there, and they were from other POW camps, etc. Right? After we came through and started, so they were transported to a certain location, POW camp we had made just for them, so it wasn't like what was happening to the male adult Nazis of World War II. And inside of that POW camp the U.S. had set up, we tried to de-radicalize these children. Tried to help uneducate them, you get what I'm saying? Like, tried to make them to where they could move forward, be regular citizens, be released in a different way because they were indeed raised as and fed propaganda like mother's milk, so it was a little different, and that's why we treated them a little differently. So anyway, I was watching a documentary the other day on that, and there was a man speaking, and he remembered, really, goofball, and he remembered, the black soldiers, POC soldiers. I think twice a week, they were able to combine somehow, take all of the Hitler Youth, out on outings and things from the camp, right? Show them the outside, take them rides this and there to towns, and, they connected in that manner, and, their story on that was, quite touching, but he recalled that they were, definitely segregated, treated differently. He also found that atrocious. It's a weird thing about World War II, huh? But anyway, Jackie Robinson. But as a note there, he attributes what those black POC soldiers did to how so many of the Hitler Youth saw kindness, humanity, and There's this person, right? You're taught to hate. Being kind. And that being one of the greatest contributing factors to the turning over of minds and hearts inside of the Hitler Youth. But you don't learn about that in history class, do you? No, you don't. People don't think about it either, very much. Maybe they don't want to. Maybe they're unaware. I don't know. But everyone should be aware. But Jackie Robinson, drafted. He refused to sit back of the bus and be segregated. Being sent back and forth to fight in a war where others were slaughtered, murdered, and mass genocided, for being different. For being seen as an enemy by tiny little men. Greed, power, hate, you know. It's always the same dose, isn't it? Always the same types. Throughout history. Always the same types. Somehow gain control and try to annihilate the world and spread their hate, fear, whatever weakness they have, and whatever the fuck is wrong with them, man. Their little things that they rap and all this coding and somehow feed to other men around the world in order to change its landscape, justify murder, the worst deeds man can perpetrate against one another, the annihilation of others, bloodshed, fear, tyranny. It's always one motherfucker. One motherfucker with more neuroses than any one person should ever have that just can't sit down with their own fucking self and figure it the fuck out. No, they gotta just fuck up the whole world with it, don't they? Just gotta fuck up the whole world if they're not content. But anyway, you know, to say that Jackie Robinson, was just a man who played for the Negro Leagues. And then for mainstream baseball. Now, I don't know shit about baseball. I hate baseball. I hate it. But to say that that man's stats in baseball are somehow attributed to the color of his skin is fucking ridiculous. Or to lessen his contributions to history, or change, or movements. How dare? How dare you? Or to say that all these men are the color of their skin, or ethnicities, or, you know, tribes, or whatever, you know? How dare you? How dare you? The world, the government, I don't give a shit. Who wants to take that however they want? To say that the Tuskegee Airmen were DEI heroes? You kidding me? And then to try to erase them? Especially if you know history in the US and the experimentation upon the Tuskegee Airmen and what they and their families still face because of that experimentation is fucking atrocious. Do you know what we did to those men? But also what those men contributed to not just our country, but to the world. And those men contributed that as men, flesh and blood. Not the color of their skin. But what we did to them had every bit to do with the color of their skin. As they, much like the others, fought for freedom, for the stoppage to mass slaughter of others seen as different, while they on the home front, and even abroad, treated differently because of the color of their skin, though they were some of the most amazing fighters we had. Still seen them as less than, and then treated them as less than. Apparently still can't stop that. And then to experiment on them, their families, things that still roll out throughout their family lines because of. Yeah. And then to dare erase them. I don't care if it's from one web page or two, or a page from an actual history book. I don't care. You don't do that. See, they do the small things like this. Small, and I hate to say that because it's not small, it's huge. See what your stomach, see what it take, and get you adjusted to. Right. Where they can do other things and, in steps to where you get desensitized. Or you're like, oh, well, this is not as bad as that was. So, okay. Right? Well, this is okay because this is not as bad as. And, well, and while you're furious about this one thing, 16 marks taking place, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. It's like that shit they pulled with the Marine Corps band the other day. That was fucking terrible. Just listen to what retired members say, because obviously those active can't. I think their position of the Marines is pretty clear though, but they have to be very careful about wording. Um, I and in a time where we've got other wars raging and tiny men afoot all over the chessboard again, and certain shit happening the other night even. His jackass and is like, I won my own golf tournament, my own golf course, and his bombs flew and this. I mean, I have family down there in that sea. And I'm awful concerned about as tiny men ravage the world again. Over the dumbest of shit. Like religion and stupid ass fucking holy sites and fucking idiotic shit. Lines, colors of skin, horseshit. And I've got people I very much care for that I'm worried about right in the middle of that. I I don't know, like, so it's all fucking ridiculous. The amount of blood spilled on this planet, the hate, the horrors, the atrocities, all over, stupidest shit throughout time. Sparkly rocks, fucking imaginary lines, fucking spices, color of skin, different languages, stupid ass people can't share shit like it's kindergarten. Like holy sites. How hard is it to take turns to get in line? You know? Power, greed, lust for infamy. man, forgetting time and time again, over and over and over again, we forget. And it's not just forgetting. It's not. At this point in history, man, there's enough left we can see, view, but all of us should know better. Ain't like we all had to go, you know. We live in a time where there are books. Fucking mass amounts of information available at our fingertips. Where we have people still alive. Direct sources for these events. There's no excuse for us forgetting. And letting shit play out. Over and over and over again. Being alright with it as it does. Stomaching it. Tolerating it. Being lulled. Can't say you forget when all of us know at this point in history. I mean, ain't like you had to go track down a papyrus in a fucking jar in a tomb to get the knowledge, my dudes. We're all well aware. With those standing back and not rising. Justifying making excuses for. Or those who are just woefully ignorant, propaganda-filled, Kool-Aid guzzling motherfuckers. I don't know what to say. Some of those, it's not their fault. It's education, it's this, it's demographics, it's stats, it's whatever. Keep them dumb, keep them voting, keep them breeding. Famous line of a tiny man in the past 10 years or so, yeah, he does love them dumb. Or what was that? Does love them, uneducated. He does love the uneducated. Makes one think about how fucking certain folks have put over the dismantling of certain education departments, don't it? What the end result of that might be. Taking away rights. The female populace, all stuck at home, being breeding cattle again. Less than. Yeah, no. You know, over the last couple of months, but especially the last few weeks, I'm gonna give you an example of this stupid shit. I've heard the chitter chatter of those rounds picking up and getting super excited. I heard the initial whee, right? And then it quieted for a bit and the chitter chatter's picking up around here. These dumb motherfuckers. And it's at almost every grocery line, gas station line, wherever the hell you're at line right now. You'll hear it. You'll hear whispers or hear this. And it'll generally happen there because of how much difficulty people are having affording basics. And their anger and frustration at, and, just politics playing it. It's the chitter chatter. So that's why you're picking up on it in locations like that. But around here, they do love being boastful with their fucking ignorance. So there's that too. All these motherfuckers around me right now, everywhere, all seem to think Doge is gonna give them a check. Now, there's several of these rumors. One being, basically somehow they see these checks as different. Now, one, they think the Doge thing's giving them a check. And then they're also like, oh yeah, also like a tax check we paid in, blah, blah, blah. But it's going to be different than when Biden and them did it. And, the other checks and whatever. But if you file income taxes and you get that money, oh, so you mean like the pandemic checks? No, it's different. Trump's done it. Trump's done it. Wait. But 1 year old bitching point that we'd have to pay that back somehow under Biden, but now it's okay because it's Trump. Who's going to pay that back? I'm confused. What? Now you cool with it? Right, but that ain't happening. That's not true. They're playing off the other one, which is that Doge check bullshit, which plays into the Social Security bullshit, which all of them ain't. They ain't seeing that train coming yet. They're in fucking straight denial. But anyway, these Doge checks, they're gonna get a cut of whatever, la 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 la. Anyway, so the chitter chatter is that they're all being given, I don't know, it depends on which dumbass you're listening to, $5,000-$10,000 a percentage of their taxes, it just depends on which amount of confusion, which fucking propaganda station they've been listening to. Now, under what I've read, and cursory looking at things, it looks like if you make under 40,000, you ain't getting a penny of shit. And that's if it even happens. Now, you ain't got to be a super genius to figure out that the average income around here ain't no fucking 40,000 a year, dipshits. Most don't even make 20. Nowhere near it. So you poor dumb fucks in line already struggling with $45 fucking case egg prices. You ain't getting that. It'll be those above you and other brackets that will. But it ain't gonna be those who can actually survive a little bit of an impact. They'll get it. You motherfuckers ain't, like, be stupid if you'd like. Now, what comes to I don't know. But that's what they're all excited about. It's like, yeah, wow, got you excited about a couple grand when, And they forget last time there were changes made that were not and should have been changed back under Biden's dumb fucking ass. And trust me, I don't like that motherfucker either. But they were to eliminate income taxes and such over the course of so many years. Try to explain that to these dumbasses. That over the next few years, what they're going to see is an actual elimination of the thing that for most poor and those around here, they wait on every year in order to be able to afford the next car, little clinker that can make it to their jobs and babysitting and grocery store visit and hops and maybe not vacations or anywhere grand, but at least from place to place as they string it together with fucking tin cans and whatever else throughout the year to try to just make it last a little longer till the next year, or their bigger purchases like something they've done with that, or their kids need braces or glasses or the major purchases. That's what they wait on every year. Over the course of the next years, that will be eliminated because what was put in place by, you guessed it, last time they were in. But they pulled a circle jerk on that shit last time, made people not pay attention to what was going into effect, and yay, whatever, same song and dance. Anyway, try to explain that to them. I know a few of my friends woke up to increased prices of goods that they needed for their businesses. like products that were $30, $40 before increased triple to almost $200 to acquire those things that they need for their small businesses online and otherwise. You know, craft stuff, whatever, little things. Right? Now, that is insane, and they know that they cannot, they don't know what the fuck they're gonna do. Because, they cannot pass that cost off to their customers online. The things are already at a scale of, like, not being worth the hassle, trouble, shipping cost as is. Okay? And consumers are not going to pay any more for those goods than they already do. But that cost has to be passed on somewhere. But these people with their small businesses cannot raise up the small thing to $20, $30 in order to, bear the brunt of it. They can't. So they're essentially out of business over the last few days. Some of these do sustain their households, their livelihoods, their children's education, their health needs. It's a business. What are they going to do now? And I know in discussions, those with thinking and minds with common sense, reason, understand these goods went up overnight like that because of tariffs. Bring it up to one around here that, and I did hear that mess, but there are like, it doesn't even make sense the reasons you, like, brush the same subject with others. I'm like, man, this is gonna suck for my friends, and sucks for them. It's like, oh, but this will bring back this, and that'll bring back this, and it's actually the other country's pay. Bitch, no, it ain't. No, it ain't. And watch them over the course of the last few days, even it's been noticed by those out there that this is happening. Now they're like, oh shit, my neighbor's out of business. They're seeing the same thing too. Now they've got to find another way to explain this tariff shit in a land in which they didn't understand it at all anyway. And now they're like, they keep moving the goal, and it's just all nonsense, right? Like, to watch this shit over years, man, over and over again. Like, you realize what you're saying to me right now makes no sense. Either you're absolutely ignorant of how things fucking work, woefully uneducated, or you're just, it's painful for you. Cognitive dissonance, you don't admit you're wrong, you're fucking annihilating people like, oh, let's bring back businesses. Yeah, okay. Alright. Yeah, is that going to magically happen overnight? Yeah, nope, Is the infrastructure here? Nope. Anybody concentrate on that first? You got to have it here first to be able to manufacture it, and the rich men are going to do it because loopholes created for them and tax incentives to move their shit to other countries where they're poison and whatever the environment, destroy the world and do all the things cheaply and whatever, and they can have one little office here and say it's US based, all shit. Whatever. Whatever the fuck floats your boat, dude. Did it. We allowed it. As citizens, we didn't stand up against those small little things that seem so small that I'm. You think motherfuckers are gonna move their businesses back here? Hell no. Are they? Is it in effect right now? No. So therefore, we're gonna have to have these goods and things, right? We're gonna have to make these purchases. They're gonna come in. from the places manufacturing them. It is not those countries paying these tariffs. It's us. Yeah, fucking super geniuses. No, when the ships get here, there's a cost on them. Yeah, and then those goods and shit go up to offset that. And that cost is paid by us, not another country. Are you stupid? Like, it's pretty simple concept. I mean, like, it ain't hard. But damn it, the fucking... Seriously, say tariff one time to certain sectors of voters. The shit they will do to leap around, and it's like watching a frog in a hot skillet. To try to explain the shit and make it make sense for others is just insane. Because even though, like, I'm just like, holy shit, dude. You're fucking ignorant as fuck. Can't help it. Like, I wouldn't care what Adman Entertainment or anybody else it was under. I don't care who, like, put Mickey Mouse up there saying there. I don't give a shit. Same thing applies. That's how this works. I don't give a fuck if it's Biden or fucking Harris or anybody else. It's the same. Call them the fuck out on it too. Like, be stupid if you'd like. Be stupid if you'd like. And it's not the stupid. It's not the actual ignorant motherfuckers that are problem. It's the ones that are choosing to be ignorant. It's when you're selectively ignorant that's a problem for me. When you feign ignorance or you want to remain ignorant of, that's a problem for me. Ignorance and stupidity, you know, you can be educated. You know, you can learn. You can grow. But when you select that and you choose that, and you refuse to, and you know, that's a whole different level. Because ignorance is no more than the absence of education. You can't hold that against people, but if you're unwilling to learn, unwilling to take in the information, and you remain selectively ignorant, that's a problem. People voting and doing based on hate, teams, sides, tribalism, bullshit, acting like this is an NFL ticket, and being such assholes they only show up for figurehead elections. Well, fuck you. Do you know history? Do you know our founding fathers wanted no such thing? Are you aware of that? Did you miss that in history class? They wanted no party systems, no religion mixed in with government, and vice versa. There's a reason for that. You know? But that we have the saying that I don't hear often these days anymore. Any of you, dear citizens, remember it? You should. They used to make us recite it, write it, color it in, kindergarten papers, you know, all the things, right? Divided we fall. divided we fall. And you want to push a religion behind government, it's how you end up like places you hate so much. You're dropping freedom on. Right? Oh, look how terrible they're doing. Blah, 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 blah. They're wearing things in their head. You know, forget that the Bible says all you motherfuckers are supposed to be covering your head too, but, you know, cherry picking, right? How do you hate them when you're pushing the same thing? It's how you end up where that's at, my dudes. Separation is necessary to keep us from being divided. Separation of church and state. And no partied systems. And I gotta tell you, since that began, there's been a gradual decline in the way that our government functions and the way we as citizens view one another, and it's back and forth and this pendulum swinging that will inevitably be our downfall if we do not come together as one and stop it. The U.S. was only predicted to make it for so many hundreds of years after our founding because of this very thing. But, you know, self-fulfilling prophets bend over and inhale vigorously, I suppose. About like that Middle East situation going on over Holy Site. Genocides people want to ignore taking place over and over again. Over there in a certain realm where everybody should know better. You know? Especially those behind high walls fencing. Who are kept safe by those they now genocide. They're in the very same war that our own government DOD tried to erase those different things under DEI bullshit. Anti-DEI bullshit in the last few days. Seems a little full circle, don't it? For hate, destruction, bloodshed, repetition of man, tyrants, dictators, greed, the rich, those making us distracted from the real problems by forcing by propaganda and hate speech and this and the other, and normalization of atrocities and language. I mean, just so many methods of it for us to hate one another and be kicking down it and preoccupied with that instead of the true problems and things we should be concerned about. Stopping these things. Coming together, because if we came together, we're a problem, right? It's the last thing any leader in this world or those greedy and rich want to happen, you know? All because of some shiny fucking rocks some dude walked along with. Oh, look, shit is sparkly. It's worth something. Who the fuck said so? I don't know. Some random guy walking around was like, oh, this is sparkly. Oh, that's sparkly. And then it's held in a vault. And I don't know. toilets for the rich built out of, that type of shit. I don't know, and some wavy lines on some stock bullshit, that type of thing. Um, yeah. It's a whole different thing, though. Um, my feelings about currency and such in the world. I mean, now we got it to where it's like not even fucking real. Like Dogecoin this, fucking crypto that. Okay, say so. People having problems understanding. I'm not sure why. It's just as imaginary as the rest. But hey, look what it does here in the tech world, right? Got a whole abundance of you fucking criminals, especially around these open and active cases. Doge and crypto in a way, and doing the most terrible and atrocious things. For shit that don't even matter. Destroying the lives of others. Causing more pain. It's always the broken things, though. Tiny men. Monsters. Which makes it sound large. Makes it sound like something beast-like, something to be feared, but most tiny men, these monsters, no matter if they're out here on the ground or in some fucking office somewhere, there's a figurehead. They're weak. They're the weakest things on earth, these monsters. All varieties of monsters. The one thing they truly are is actually weak. They're nothing but rolling balls of pain, brokenness, need, neuroses, fucked upness. Right? One variety or another. Whether it be a dictator or some asshole wife and child beater on the streets. They're all broken fucking monsters. Monster makes them sound big and beast like that. They're not. They're weak. Easily defeated. Easily this, that, and the other. Everyone comes together, pays attention, cares. Has empathy, sense of community, humanity. Some sort of decent moral compass. But usually it takes some of the worst things happening first before eyes open. But usually it's almost damn near too late when it happens. Their body bags are already in play. And suddenly everybody cares. It's usually the way it goes. Whether it be a news piece or some crime in your hometown or whether it be on the world stage. I remember fighting and using tech to fight and all these other things and all these things and on the streets like they're standing around. Watching this as a test to see what stomachs, how much the U.S. populace could stomach. Watching military and others be used against indigenous. Propaganda rolling out that all these things destroying these reservations and other places, and lives and water and this, that, and the other. It's gonna create all these thousands of fucking jobs, enable us to do blah, 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 No. In the end, it created like 8 fucking jobs that were permanent. What was that? But people believed then and still believe now that it was gonna be all these thousands of jobs. Fuck it was. Wildly enough, that's where I came upon the bullshittery of those like JLR and AB over there and others. So I'll put them to the side during those events. Coming back into awareness and wildly enough, somehow their realms after summer vanished. It's still mind-blowing to me. That's because of the tampering those like JLR and Bullhorn and AB got up to in political events and crypto shit. Fuck shit. Side of politics and those like Hills on the Ground. May she not rest in peace. Did to the world. Not to just 2 or 3. To the world, the propaganda they pushed out, the fake actor crisis bullshit, JLR and all them did inside of political events and marches and rallies and all these things. I watched them, but they were piss ants on the grand scale. Weren't what I was seeking, but I was very aware of them then. And then to fucking find that the universe is like, here, have some more of them after your neighbor vanishes it still is. It's mind-boggling. Monsters are gonna monster, man, and they're gonna profit off of it. They're gonna find the fish in the barrel at the right times. Easy ways to make the millions, be paid, be whatever. Moving shit across the world and, borders and hiding shit, doing things. They're gonna be doing the fuck shit. They're pretty much hired for all, aren't they? You just do all the things. All the atrocities and help and be like, T from their keyboards. Nah, it's just the internet. Yeah, okay. And I'm sick of hearing that shit. It ain't just the internet anymore. This shit flows and it is real life. Has a great impact on everything around us and on one another. It is something also used against us across the world by our own governments, by our world full of unhappy citizens and unfortunately fucking monsters, criminals, etc. It is a fucking cesspool. Swear to God, most days I'd like to just see it go dark. Such a beautiful thing created by a beautiful human being. It was different. Turing, right? You know what happened to him? Did history teach you that? It's like in your history books. How his life ended. It's meant to bring men closer together, to educate all equally, to show us the beauty of one another, our differences. the melting pot of the world and how we maybe all speak different, look a little different. This year, we do have differences, but to rejoice in those and bring us together. Instead, it's been used to divide, hate, keep us ignorant and stupid. Our attention spans decreasing, our ability to communicate to one another in person decreasing. Um, Keep us shopping online fucking 6 hours, 3 items at goddamn Walmart to pick up, whereas we could just go to goddamn Walmart or wherever the fuck else and pick them up in fucking 2.5 minutes. Time consuming. Oh, but it makes our lives easier. Oh, but wait, all the box stores are shutting down. What? Oh my god. Bill's Homestead shut down the other day, and now it's all just goddamn Walmart left. And there ain't no malls, ain't no places for kids to go. What? Ah! Exhibit A. And I get it. Hypocrisy, irony, here I am on it. I understand. Y'all should too. But it's the way in which we communicate now. Somewhat. Not my preferred means. I'm not a big fan of social media, believe it or not. And the propaganda some little Nazis want to push out. Hey, bitch. Anyway, I'm sure they'll get it. I don't know. Maybe not. They're used to making up shit that... It's fine. We'll get to that later. Anyway. Yeah, I don't even like being here. I don't like being on social media. Writing, typing, that's one thing. Face, all this shit, that's not my thing. Despite your beliefs. Not a big fan. I think if I was a fan, I'd be like, oh my gosh, I'll make sure all my hair's, the makeup's, and hey guys, and oh my gosh, it's been so lovely. Thank you for coming in the room today. You have to click like, subscribe, get it up there, tell your friends. I'm not like that. I'm not built like that. I'm not about that world. It doesn't entertain me. It doesn't hold anything for me. It's not something I crave, seek, want. It's not something I aim or gear for, nor will it ever be. My needful thing is justice, equality, empathy, spreading that awareness for many things that are worth fighting for. Always have been. My soul screams for justice. It screams for I don't know. And these platforms are a way to be voices. Support others who survive or try to survive or who are victims, and I hate to use that word, of monsters of all varieties. My voice may never make a damn to anyone, and that's okay. But I know I will have tried. And that's not failure. I will have done so with heart, character, spine. Not for greed, lust, power, infamy, clout, clicks, likes, views, fame, because I seek none of that. I don't give a shit about any of that. Not one iota. I am built to where my heart and soul and mind desire justice or accountability or things like that across the world. Not just here at home, but abroad. Not just for major things as far as politics or all these things are concerned, but those things that are just as big in the world. Like summer, like domestic violence. These things matter greatly. They are great, huge, big things. Just as the political landscape across the world and humankind and all these things, they're major too. I came here and jumped here from Facebook, which, contrary to popular belief and the propaganda you've been fed by motherfucking monsters for several years now, I was not ever really on Facebook much either until the cancer, disability, and all that. And it was an easy, quick way on the very limited time I had out of the other box to make everyone aware of how everything was going, chit chat with my friends, do whatever. And it was only for a few months. But they'll tell you I was always on blah, blah, blah. No one. It was not me, but it was a simple, easy way to communicate. And then summer vanished, blah, blah, blah. And then these people did their playbook bullshit around open and active cases, and I was like, oh, fuck these motherfucking monsters. Hell no. These motherfuckers are monsters. I can smell them. I can taste them. I warned them. I now have knowledge. They've hunted me, my children, my neighbors, my community. They're in Summer's case to the point to where it's changing questions. We're being asked by FBI, TBI, law enforcement. It's changing. It could be having an impact. I don't like this. I do not like the way in which the groups are used together, the platforms to do what they're doing in around. Oh, hell no. I warned them. Told them I'd hunt them to the ends of the earth. And then speak. Eventually, the jump over here happened to do just that, as promised. To speak on them out and hunt. To help get change, justice. Them held accountable. Shit stopped. Not just Summer's case, but all. And, to be a voice for those, around domestic violence and monsters. And, to try to support those with, cancer, disability, but you can't do it right now. Lungs can't do that. I spent years being eaten over it. My speech disability and otherwise, used as propaganda to feed y'all that I'm intoxicated, inebriated, all fucked up. Oh, and then if I push back against it, what is it? Oh, she took either the. You know, they're gonna have it both ways around here. And then, of course, you have years-long efforts by assholes in their groups and crews trying to weasel closer to us, pretending to have the same, you know, cancers, disability, and all that shit. Same stories, if you will, that are made up fictional and further used to try to use us. It makes it a little difficult around here to do anything. Anyway, um, propaganda, right? From the highest tiers to the lowest. Happens on so many levels every day. The thing is, they're all going by the same playbook. Propaganda and hate. Sales that's drinkable. World stage or platforms or little con artists. Falls into certain demographics, parts of the U.S., of the world that eat it like manna from heaven. Thrive on it. Gulp it down. Certain rates, they're higher than others. The place does know its audience. It does love that QAnon Wayfair fucking adrenochrome bullshit. And how easy it is to feed out. And then to feed and make fortunes on hate-based, propaganda-driven bullshit that destroys open and active cases and annihilates and destroys real human beings. Real survivors, victims, fighters, families, communities. While others partake of it as entertainment. Forms of entertainment. Whatever, man. Atrocities of man. The atrocities of man. The ignorance of others, whether selective or not. You know what I can't make sense of, though? It's anti-DEI movement, right? I say it's to make sure that everybody's included, wildly enough, to get rid of all, blah, blah. Make sure nobody's treated differently, but, okay. But at the same time, you've got these movements for, like, genital bathroom checks and shit, and the anti-LGBTQ, and the drag queens are reading a fucking book, and oh God, our children, save our babies, but also fucking babies, because we're cutting out the education. Fuck this, and we're eliminating all the resources to make children healthy, educated, this, that. It's just a rallying cry. One used throughout history. Save the babies. A version of it's here on YouTube. That'll be the Save Our Children and hashtag summer, hashtag harmony, hashtag deal, hashtag. The babies. While monsters do their thing and they actually don't give a fuck. Actually do things that are detrimental to those babies. Just like here. They use them. I always wonder, when do others wake up to them? When does awareness happen? Not wokeness, but awareness. How hard do people have to be shaken to come out of it? What's the terrible thing that must happen in order for people to find back, holy shit, for change to come? I don't know. That too varies depending on situations. But it usually takes great bloodshed, harm, death, shit you can't stomach and can't be propaganda made to drink Kool-Aid out of, you just can't shoo away, and no word salad or goofy goober nonsensical math can, make sense of for minds and hearts and souls to stomach any longer. Something extraordinarily atrocious usually has to take place in order for change to happen. And that's the damnedest thing. Though we should all, as man, no matter the realm, clearly see it coming and what's being done over and over again. And stop it before it ever gets to that point. Why do we keep allowing it? Turning blind eyes, hearts. How do we keep letting ourselves be desensitized, shit normalized? How do the same tricks work so well? Over and over and over again. And people who should be fully informed and aware. But how does it, that's the mind-blowing part of it. It's like watching throughout these years. An example of this. You get used to these, you don't think much about language spoken word. Now, years ago, you would. There'd be a gasp if, like, the word F or a slur and it was used on there, be like, oh my god. And, I remember it's like, you have the Walter Cronkite's, the Roses, this, the other, like, journalism. And then you have the talking head motherfuckers that have got to just make up shit to be on 24 hours a day. And that's when it became opinion and not fact-based news. Oddly enough, 24-hour-a-day news started on got its kickoff with a baby in a well. Y'all remember that? But they needed something to fill that fucking time with, so it became opinion and bullshit based. Bunch of assholes, whatever, Death to real news, right? Eventually, sort of. definitely led down the line to where we are now, where social media is, and it should not be. Should not be going to view a bullhorn instead of your fucking local news or real news outlet for fucking, well, the news. True story. Can you imagine being a real journalist and reporter and having to compete with something like bullshit blowjob and fucking JLR over here? In the rush to get whatever, and knowing you have to, like, deal with them, and they're getting some shit someone's first, they're putting it out wrong and in terrible ways, and it's there because of the illegal, let me make this clear, the illegal fuck shit and serve shit they're doing that should not be allowed around things. Whereas real journalists and real reporters, they trying to lose their degrees and shit, getting up to no legal shit. And I can say that because I know that an extreme amount of illegal shit by some of these players, yeah, if you feel like that shoe fits, bitches, it probably does. I know an abundance of illegal shit some of your major little creators around here in Summer Wells community have gotten up to for years. It is not yet public, but will one day become so. But that I am fully aware of, and that has been done. Some of which has been done to us, obviously, that I have outed some of. Others, oh, it's been wide, deep, and dark. You probably wouldn't believe me if I told you, but one day I will, though. Hopefully it'll be news and law enforcement that tells you first, though. At least those are my hopes. As some of these fucking favorite creators of yours in the Summer Wells community are brought to justice for it and dragged to the fuck face first up court steps. Federal ones. I know, I'd love to see that. That's just me. Whoops. You tripped on that first step and then all 45 after in a federal courthouse near you. My gosh, did that officer accidentally bang your head 43 times against the door? Oh, no. Whoopsie. I'm sorry. See, my sense of justice, maybe. What happened to you? Anyway. This is me, man. I'm not in denial of that. So, whatever. Anyway. Anyway, I can say that because I know it's true. I know some of the recent fuckery even by old Zig and crew and a few of the others playing shit like Sage and all of the others. Where it goes back and forth to where even some of those dumb bitches may not really. It's fun though. I know certain things since me last year were helped be sent to me by those inputting data in certain systems. And the data they input in order to get attention for things to be sent to me left the trail. And then for certain old faces for some years stay right on the knees this last time were responsible for. And their little group. And then they thought they were going to be cute. It's just led to a problem. But where they fucked up was the data they input. Also data they took as well throughout the years. Things attempted to be enacted and some enacted by these fucking idiots. That was only available, I mean, like it. Some of the best breadcrumbs you could leave behind. Evidence, proof of their shenanigans, let's say. Setup attempts, fucking bullshit attempts against what? amount to witnesses in someone's case. Wonder why it's done still. Can't imagine. For whom? Huh? Beyond me. I don't. Whatever, right? No, it's not. But it's still not time to say everything. One day, there will be a day for that. I wait patiently. I try to. Truth and justice on so many different playing fields for so many different things. Where it concerns these last years. Silence is not an option, though held back some. I refuse to go mute. Should ask my doctor. Though many monsters have wished throughout my lifetime, I damn sure would. I'm sure others have as well. I don't really care. World stage or the little things that aren't so little. All deserve voices and people to stand and to fight back. To help change and to push and to hold space. Until truth, justice, answers change. Till others take notice, till they help hold up the weight, move things forward. Until what a world. One, some days it seems inhabited more by monsters than man, hearts, and souls. Anyway, I digress. Going back a bit, language. How it matters. Little things you may ignore in reporting journalism, etc. A time when language mattered enough, the facts were enough to say, we gasp at certain word usage and say, I mean, people then were very cautious of language, knew how it could be used, yeah. And it started changing and we gasped. But then each time we gasped, they moved on a bit further, especially talking heads, bullshit, nod and go 24/7 horse shit. Extremist tactics, propaganda, all this shit. It's amazing what can be done with just the power of language. Over the course of the last 10 years, I've watched they get used to the term names that, first you gasp. The world goes, oh my god, did they just call these people across other borders cockroaches or disease carriers or this and la? Did they just this? And what did they just say about? And what do you mean, like, Antifa's like bad? Wait, hold on, what? And, they normalize. You get used to cockroaches, and the next thing you know, you're calling them the enemies. Cockroaches seems tame, enemies. It's funny, they get you there, right? One step at a time, one word at a time, one normalization of word, and then you spread it out amongst other citizens. It's the other, they become desensitized to that language. Something else worse is said, and people gasp, and then they forget, and then they think, well, at least cockroaches is where, and then suddenly you're the enemy. Anybody speaking out, speak the enemy. So you go from cockroaches, disease carriers, to dangerous thugs. Everybody Brown's this, everybody's that. Females or whatever, oh my god, their uterus, you know. They pull shit like taking away all bodily autonomy from females, you know, and choices and decisions and such extreme ways to where even if you miscarry, you're put in prison. And then, of course, they know that's going to be picked up and fought, and then that way it eventually sees the Supreme Court where it's stacked, and then the lesser thing happens, and oh, okay, so we're just going to take away the abortions and the rights too, and this, okay, so it's not as bad as that. So, whew, thank goodness, right? See how it works. It's how you move forward into the progress, right? The progression of shit we've seen play out over and over again. Some of the worst things witnessed by man on this planet in history over and over and over again. This is how it's done over and over and over again. And in the daily scheme of things, you don't think, oh, well, that word cockroach mattered that much. But it did. It did. And it lit here. It has been for several decades, but especially the last 10. It's the same things they do to you here in true crime at a different level. Still trying to figure out how in hell y'all have blue and green and red and orange and whatever teams the fuck going on in missing and murdered children and women's cases. Bad guy, good guy, la la la, pick this, pick that. What the fuck is wrong with you people? If you're not with us, you're against us. Enemy is that. Doing the same thing. You see, that normalizes you and then does everything on a small scale. So then you look out here at this bigger shit. Politics were like, I will today. I was playing the same shit. Around like a missing and murdered child. What the hell is it to do around a figurehead? Go team! Woo! Fuck the enemies. Fucking leotards. Like, wait, what? See how it works? You play little games and desensitizes you. Your stomach's ready for the big shit. Desensitized enough already to start really getting, you know? It's playing out everywhere, and all little monsters are using that QAnon propaganda, Wayfair type of bullshit, adrenochrome that's been present politics. They're doing it in all sort of realms. I mean, no different than any other cons and others have throughout all the time, I suppose. It's just the same fucking playbook, but that's what's happening to you. Right. There's a whole lot of people suffering. And a whole lot of people are watching and participating in added suffering of those already suffering. And the propaganda against them and everything else. And the atrocities committed across the world stage right now. Here at home. But yeah, it's everywhere right now. It's some of the littlest of these shit stains in and around Summers and the mass damage they've caused. The lives and shit. Propaganda I've watched them push out in chats and 400 accounts deep they have, and openly telling y'all they're fucking with Summers' case on purpose in that direction, or that they're targeting those around her to destroy her case, or that, all the opposite shit you're being fed, these people have done. Openly, right in front of you. You're not batting an eye at it. You're not railing against it. No pushback. It's entertainment, right, folks? Look at those like Lockdown and Betty Bullhorn. In the grand scheme of the world, they're not shit. But look what they did to Floridians and their rights as U.S. citizens who were just simply trying to stop them. And that type of shit in their state and in and around open and active cases. They're rope-a-dope to that shit. It's amazing what little monsters can get up to, isn't it? But yeah, all you gotta do is look at these little propaganda specialists that aren't so special, not really that good at what they do. Pretty transparent, honest to God they are. It's how, even within minutes or hours of coming into first contacts, a lot of them, I knew who and what they were, what they're capable of. It's like the Shares, Jankies, all the others, maybe, It was an instant identifier, not just the tones in their voices, but what they were doing, how they were doing. You're being kicked out of there. Oh my God, look at this. This is that. Yeah. It's like, wait, hold up. I know what you are. I see you. See what the fuck you're doing. And then for years, I've watched these same people use these things against so many caring hearts, minds, souls here who do honestly care about victims, fighters, survivors, real news, real facts, these families, law enforcement, these cases, true justice, who are often fighters, survivors, and victims their own, but when they come here, they're identified pretty quickly by these groups and how they're formed, very well formed for years, and working together over these platforms to identify and take advantage of those coming through these cases, eyes on in each one, to use subs, members, chat, etc., the real hearts, real this, that, and the other, and destroy them too, in ways. Their minds, their hearts, make them unempathetic, drain them, just all the things across the board, This place is about victimizing and harming and creating victims and shit, not helping, not advocating, not standing with or for. It's about finding new ones. It's about making others who are already in the most terrible moments of their lives bleed out even further, salt, knives further into wounds, around the most horrendous moments and events. This is a place of monsters fishing for the vulnerable, the broken, the hurt. They're already bleeding out. Whether it be those survivors, fighters, etc. in chats, as members coming through here, the viewers, or whether it be those around these real crimes, these real horrendous moments, that for them will be lifelong, and all this place does is contribute to a insult to injury. More destruction, more blood, more pain. For millions, cryptos, doges, whatever, right? For their needful fucking things, for these abusers and toxic motherfuckers hide behind and hope they don't face criminal charges because of the way that laws haven't quite met with tech yet. Although I'd say they've overestimated. In quite a few areas that, but you know, I'll make you want to weep or scream. And watch them every day. And I do, and those I have to compile, keep track of certain things I am aware-ish, whether I want to be or not. Still watch the same propaganda pushing Dimrod asshole criminal well organized group. It's the same shit that they've been doing for a very long time. Many years and many cases. And especially all these years to everyone and everything around Summer and Summer's case itself. Summer herself. I watch them every day. Propaganda is still being pumped out to y'all. Lies, bullshit, pebbles in chat, 400 fucking owls in one raincoat. Just the trolling, the fucking chat bots, the bullshit, the prime this, whatever that, the narratives this, the stories that, the scripts this, blah 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 is that. And I have to sit back and be like, alright, well, I can be triggered and go rail against it 4,000 times a day, and every time one of them does whatever, and, give them the content they desire for their monetary and whatever needful, never gonna be filled whole in brokenness, cracked things they are, or I can just ignore the shit on them. And to certain degrees, and just compile it, move forward, and ignore most of their manipulation and shit at this point, and their attempts to elicit responses and whatever this and blah blah blah. But I do have to continue to speak in order to continue to push for change. That's the damned part of it, ain't it? It's the damned thing. But I refuse to jump on every second one of these little critters does their fucking thing again. For me, it's time, and it's like, Jesus, this is where we're at again. Really? You doing this again? Didn't you do this last Tuesday or last April, or wasn't this the same cycle, the same whatever in your handy-dandy notebook? Yeah, okay, whatever. Wow. It gets old. And I know that it's repetitive often for those viewing any of this, or for even listening to myself speak. It sounds repetitive, but there are always little additives and new things, and the things they're gearing up for, or paving the way for, or new scripts, new things that will come into, or them readying for, I don't know, information and just to come available and certain things, you think. And what they try to prepare and get hearts and stomachs ready for, and to normalize, and to get the ideas nailed into your fucking heads real good. That way, you pay them and you bash for cash and you annihilate innocent and real lives and you help destroy Summer's case. And could inevitably lead to those responsible thinking they can weasel out of. I don't find that fucking cute. It's the last thing I want to goddamn see. Yeah, but I know in the last few months, they have some fuck shit around here. So, it is what it is. For now. They're always up to fuck shit. They have been for years. Obviously. Even long before Summer vanished. Until it stopped. Or sometimes it takes years for, Feds and God, they work in mysterious ways in their own damn time, let me tell you. It can take years to do all the work. Indictments, things like that. And so you wait and you hope. And maybe sometimes you know little things. That one day your voice can speak. So others can see the full picture. Hear the real story from those who fight, survive, experience, witness. And those who, even after years, bite their tongue. Instead of throwing everything out for social media monsters, for their content, because that's what it would be used as, distraction. So other monsters become aware and weave, try to bob around. And so yeah, about that life. So you hold while still trying to speak. Still trying to fight, push forward for change when you can, where you can, across whatever front you can. Like most days, I can't just pick one because so many things matter in the world. So many things scream for change and justice and right, and for monsters and tyrants, things to be stood up against. So history doesn't repeat, so it's not allowed any further. Today and it's so hard. It's like knowing that what they've done, the Navajo Code Talkers, the Tuskegee Airmen, and Jackie Robinson, and others. Make no mistake, those are just a few things removed and tampered about, and whatever, with, erased, and placed back. But how many paid attention to the smaller things and the names you didn't know as well, that weren't placed back on those websites and other things and such? Are they gone forever? Will they ever be placed back where they belong in history? The rightful positions in? So others know about them? Or will you only pay attention to the main big headliners of history? But the fury I feel over that entire situation is just astronomical. But I've seen it happen already just a few short years ago. Looks like everybody, including the press, have forgot they've already done this before. They did this before. These websites and the removal of things, you remember? I do. And while they were doing it, worse things were happening to the side you weren't paying attention to. And that's the distraction of it all, right? It's the way they get you. But you're not paying attention. The news is not. The journalists aren't. Well, there's a law being taken, written, something happening over there that's real bad. You know. Then today, I'm also furious as hell, like most days, over the continued fuckery and tampering of everyone and everything coming and going around Summer's life, community, law enforcement, and here online, where there are indeed true hearts, minds, souls, by monsters, taking advantage of normal. Every day. Every day I feel that. I get on there and I'm like, motherfucker. One of them's motherfucker. You know. And look at these people agreeing with and doing this and falling in step with them. How in the hell does this happen, you know? But pay attention to history. And I know how it works. Hearts and minds. I know how it changes tides, people, the world. I know how it's enacted, how it unfolds. The methods used. And even if you don't know history, but you know monsters and you're a survivor, fighter, or any type of monster, you realize they use the same tactics, whether it be dictators and governments and QAnons, or whether it be some motherfucker like goddamn monster out here, or those like the thugs, ABs, these creators. They use the same shit, man. Same tactics. Gaslighting, word salad, blah, 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 this, that, and the other, making you doubt your own sanity, you know. The word usage, oh, one day you're called a bitch, next you're a fucking cunt, next to this, next to that. You know, the lines, how they move, and no matter what you do, you know, and one thing's normalized, and you're like, okay, I can live with this, but then, okay, that's as bad as it's going to, and then the next thing you know, no, it's worse, it's much worse, and, you always think change can't hope, and sometimes those things can mislead you into fucking placation and waiting too long and not standing up enough time and not, but then sometimes there's not a way out, you know, it's just, but here there is. Here on these platforms, for those of you at least as watchers, viewers, subs, members, you can indeed escape this realm. You can indeed log out and never log back in. You can help stop picking up algorithms for these people. You can use your voices on other platforms that call these people out. You can use your voices around town halls and, you know, shit. You go to your town halls. Your board of mayor and alderman, you can go to and locally start demanding changes, even in advance, and be like, hey, we see what's happening in our country, these street, look, and even this, that, and everything picked up on, we don't want this to be done in our towns. Can you please start enacting little things that will help stop that if it comes our way, if it ever happens here? Can you help take our voices to the Senate and the House, you know, all these things, and You know, it's how you do that. It's how you become a voice. It's how you stop this. And some of you have the luxury. Some of you who've been used, harmed, like, and there have been many of you around Summer's cases that I've watched throughout the years become no more than someone who was passing through here, and now you're used to do some of the worst shit to everyone else, real life to her, and to our case. Maybe it's fun at first, maybe it's camaraderie, tribe, finding a new thing, company, similar interests, but you were taken advantage of too by those who were meant to watch you yourselves, identify you to the creators and their little system here they got going, to get you wrapped up in some fuck shit, and then y'all are left holding the bags. Some of you got channels built for you, some of you did not, some of you are scared shitless of consequences, whatever. Just seen so many of you over the years. Some of you still have time. Some of you can check out. It's not the Hotel California for you. You can find better realms to call these people out and how they operate. You can warn others. You can truly help those like #summer, #harmony, #cash, #classic, #sincere, #Dylan, #Tito, #Watts, #Michael. In that way, their families, communities, law enforcement, justice, all the way up to the highest tiers of our government, the branches of the justice system. Yourselves in the long run, too, because of how laws will inevitably have to be changed in order to fully stop this if it continues. Such a great pace and speed, and which is the same thing, but rather redundant language there. But you get what I'm saying. And growth rate, and the real beast it's becoming, and the way it's taking over and competing with real journalism, facts, this and bringing more people here. It's self-eating snake, if you will, I know real journalists and real reporters, like Sable Summers Day crew come in, they are absolutely fucking sickened by having to be face to face with the motherfuckers. They know exactly who and what the fuck they are. Because the locals here in the community keep them informed of what they're doing to them, what they've done, and all their little shenanigans online, and the real truth of the real people around Summer's lives who have been done so. Who hand over the proof and evidence of what these people are and what they've done. I know I personally have had conversations with many journalists during those days. Like, I can't believe this bitch really just tried to pull his face off, and really did, though. And did I have to deal with this or do a piece because it's the only way to really put attention on Summer again, because we want her found as locals and journalists or reporters, just to deal with these fuckface fucking YouTubers who are fucking disgusting. And I watch as you all come up here and come back and you hear your content, or while you're there and you're all like fucking stupid asses are like, oh yeah, let's fight again for that. Oh well, I won't show my face on YouTube for 6 years on doing all this shit around and want to torment our community, but boy, the real news is here. And oh, here's a flyer and send me here. And I know what these journalists and reporters really think of you. And they fucking hate it. They hate that the only way they can sometimes do stories is by making it like y'all are really something. They find you fucking sickening. They hate it. And they know what you are and what you've done. To many. So many. And I'm sure an abundance of these, and well, I know, they know more than even we do. I know they know. So when they say things like that about you all as YouTube creators or your little pilgrimages to these places, and if they had to put the fuck up with you, or put those like the JLRs and the bullhorns on the news, and they're like, man, I hate these sons of bitches. Do you know what it was like being face to face with? I just want to vomit. Right? Yep, that's what I try to do now. He's like, yeah, I know. Half of them like, is it that shook that tree, bitch? I'm like, yeah, that's that shook that tree, bitch. I actually played it again. I was like, yeah, you see the words, and I just copied mine. She did a little smart shit down there, like, oh my god, the fuck is wrong with this one? I'm like, I don't know, you tell me. So one time she brought up a fucking dildo too. She's trying to get me murdered. It's cool. She's getting back lying to the world about screen dancing. Like, holy shit. This is that one? Yeah, bro. Ugh. Yep. Or what, man? Oh, wait, this is the one that did the grape nuts? Yup. I really helped Summer. Oh, wait. And that one did it with this one that did it with... Oh. Oh, dear. And your local stalker, the birdie, is the one that lifted up that costume contest where y'all giggled. And, oh, wait, all these bitches had shit to do with the attacking and targeting with your actual abuser, paper and blazing. Your daughter and the lies. Oh, God. Alright. Yep. Anyway, they know who y'all are. And they hate that these days they have to compete with social media when all they want to do is get truth and facts out there. The real news. And that sometimes they have to be face to face with monsters like you. That they know and are fully aware of what you're doing. And are actually destroying and doing these terrible things in order to just simply get a child from their own community or woman from their own community's name and picture. Yeah. It's like some being fully aware of the shenanigans by a group in the last, I don't know, few months. I was like, watch this shit. No, they're gonna attempt this, wait and see. This is what I was saying to real journalists and shit in real time. I was like, wait and see, watch this. Watch what they do over the course of. And by God, you motherfuckers hit it every point down all the way back to the thing, like, recently. I was like, no! They didn't do that in the Juniper and everything. Oh my God. Damn, that was easier. I was like, But you should have seen the fuck shit. Called it. I don't know at this point. I deserve cookies. A cookie basket bigger than Serafina and all them. I'm just saying. Then watching some of these motherfuckers do what they like throughout portions of, like, watching some of them, they realize some of this talk that, but they just take a stab in the dark at certain journalists saying, blah, blah. But, if they ever get wind of which one they think we're talking to, they will go around. I know you've seen one or two do it, and really try to email these people with lies and shit, and to try to flip the script and all this other bullshit, right? To try to push out the propaganda, even on the real news and journalists, who I guess they hope don't know enough to know better. And I gotta tell you, when certain things like that have been done through, I've been asked not to say much on that. Maybe one day it'll be allowed to be said and stated, or beautiful messages to be shown. How much these reporters and journalists are fully aware of what you're trying to do to them, and national news networks to create propaganda and target individuals in and around cases, and that maybe would have been able to be accomplished had proof and evidence and compiling not been given or available to them prior to your shenanigans. It's also what a lot around these open and active cases face, where it concerns shit with law enforcement, certain agents, etc. If these critters can figure out which ones are being communicated with by those in and around these real life situations. I've watched it, I've had it done to us. And they're all like, oopsie, sometimes it happens, they're trying to be your friend. Right. And then other times it'll be because those like Penny and the Linda Cutshaws and all them trying to be like, well, God, we gotta get in advance of this, we gotta go talk to this agent, that one, and see if how much trouble we're in. Find out what people she's talking to so we can go try to mindfuck those other, or like in the case of Amanda Athey in Monster, in a crystal bullshitting lawsuit with the judge here, and why it was done the way it was, and lies told and then it laid down in truth. It was meant to be done so that way. For tampering with and fucking with me, and to help Monster, and to fuck around me in witness capacity where it concerned Summer's case, and also it sure as fuck was. Monster didn't care. He didn't realize, maybe possibly at that point, him and Whore 400, it wasn't just for the licking of his asshole. It was to fuck with these children and I. Because of witness shit from being him. He didn't care though. Still doesn't. He doesn't get it. I mean, he's having a great time here. So it's Whore 400. Their payments, the Nana shit, the group, whatever. Still having a good old time with it. Behind the scenes or otherwise. He's only ever meant to be brought here. He wants his own butthole cleansed. He wants to not be blah, 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 what he is. Okay? But, that's all he cared about. And money, of course. And being able to abuse openly and have millions help him in it. And for him and Whore 400 to do it openly in front of the world. Get paid for it. Wasn't thinking, wait a minute, I'm helping annihilate. I don't want you. Oh, well, what's it matter? One's mad at me. Fuck the little one. Yeah. She don't want to be back here. Must punish her. Must abuse her further. Her and her mother. I got claws back in the open. Yeah. Thinks this motherfucking group and an abundance of fucking others. You want to be all of them shit they know right in? Anyway, point is. He never thought about it like, oh, look, they're acquiring me. Because I'm meant to actually, fuck up 3 witnesses on Ben Hill. On June 15th. What the fuck's he care, though? He never gave a damn about Summer or otherwise. Fuck's he care? It's paying him in over 400. Fuck's he care? It's just another crime. Oh well, lied to this one, lied to that one, lied to a judge, lied to court, tried to mind fuck, tried to blackmail a child again with orders placed. Nah, shit. Getting away with it with the help of a group who are mind fucking flipping scripts, tampering with services of all kinds, courts, law enforcement, detectives. Shit. Yeehaw! Him and Whore 400 and the rest of them getting paid handsomely for it. What? Fuck any of them care. They don't. But that's his purpose here. That's why the group acquired him. Held him in reserve, and then when the time came, to annihilate us with him. To hopefully silence us. To discredit us, to do whatever. To torment us further. Because what better way? I mean, Monster's gonna. People have watched it. People support it. What are you gonna do? Let them have at it. I'll survive. It's kind of my thing. Until it ain't. Am I right? I'm right. Until I'll walk it off until but every day there are so many things worth speaking on and out for and fighting for. So many things worth giving a shit about. Things worth fighting and changing, and so many that deserve justice. Life can be hell when you give too many fucks. And you can somehow find a place in life where you give 0 fucks, but also too many fucks at the same time. It's like Schrodinger's box of fucks. Where you can have skin as thick as fucking diamond and steel and carbon fiber all combined, but as thin as an atom or carbon molecule floating through space. Times to grind, times to laugh, and times to burn with rage, you know? Sometimes that we all have that, I think. And, where it can be useful. And a benefit. And sometimes it does feel like you weren't thin, spread out too far. Overwhelming some days to give too many fucks. But fucks we must give. It hurts to feel, of course. It's part of the human experience. And you just have to wait for the days to where sun shines again. And it hurts less, smiles are more, you know, pick and choose battles, I guess. But never forget there are more battles than just one. Forever raging, it seems like these days. It's part of the blitzkrieg, though, isn't it? Especially in political shit. Also seen that a few years back. An instant blitzkrieg of bullshit. So overwhelming and forceful that you couldn't pick one thing at one time, and it was hour after hour a new thing. And how do you fight one thing when you're trying to fight 1,000 that are dropping at the same time? Well, that's a strategy of monsters. Propaganda and bullshit. It's how history repeats. And on smaller levels, that same method's used over here when these creators run in timed, well-organized cycles and they drop all the bullshit in the narratives and this and the other. And then you got the 400,000 raincoats and the pebbles and carnival barkers and the tent revivalists, fucking specialists and the hunters inside of these chats with them. And these chat bots and these farms and all the shit they use to do this methodically. To you, the viewers, subs, true hearts, victims, fighters, survivors, you know, families, cases, law enforcement. Same thing they do. They do this literal same shit. They, you know, it's not just here on this platform. It's not just social media. These people do this to real law enforcement, courts, detectives, agents. I've watched them. I've been at Spirit, of their movements of it. I've experienced what they can act and get done with their tampering of courts, law enforcement, monsters and tow, services, etc. I've experienced it firsthand. So have my children. So have others here locally. These people are indeed inserted and embedded and nefarious as fuck. And while they do this, they run this shit wide open online. They distract. It's like during... I'll give you an example. Around certain dates every year, when they knew certain paperwork would be coming up, court dates, they would start running the rooms full cycle. Keep me distracted. They knew it had to be prepared for certain court dates, etc. And then the days lead up to, they would hammer the fuck in. To try to distract, get me off tilt, get me in emotional states to where I would be less prepared or less ready for, more sensitive to events inside a courtroom. I mean, that's how fucking mind-fucky and manipulative and psychological and emotionally abusive this place and these monsters are. And what they're actually using all these little modules for, and their own lifelong being cons and shit, that they know these techniques anyway. So they didn't have to have modules to begin with. And they get bolder, and some of these have these little voices and these backgrounds that are squeaky clean on paper because they've not been caught up this shit, and they're cul-de-sac Karens and web sleuths just calling into the detectives and the judges and services on behalf of, and it sounds good and it flies and it's eaten, and that's what they fucking rely on. they're doing this to real services. Yeah. Real cops, real detectives, judges, courtrooms, agents around these cases. Those around them are setting up shit. I mean, we just. It's true, it's true. Unlike the chasing Adrian Jenny version. It's true, it's true. You know, Penny. Anyway. But yeah. You know, it's like knowing the past few days. Oh, and I spoke out about it semi the other night, right? I was like, tap me on the shoulder when these wicked bitches are done again. Tying some shit up and throwing some shit off. Tap me on the shoulder. Let me know. Right? Checked out. Now they're trying to flip script that shit. Some of their little weapons. And be like, Jody, this is against people and the victims of this person. Bitch, please. No, I ain't even remotely said or implied anything. No. No, I just know these motherfuckers are doing that to this one singular person like they did Selena Rose. They putting it off all on that part. No. When you know that these people under these 4,000 different names that have been with this group, this well-organized little empire for years, playing, in their con games with them and taking advantage of all of you all and, you know, being certain characters for years through multiple cases, and they're out here fucking y'all up right now, trying to tell you they're just discovering it, and I know they're full of bullshit, and they know exactly the person as I always have. Oh, they're just trying to throw it off like they're trying to get in advance and ahead of, because some receipts are coming in, right? Trying to get rid of another long little helper. Long-lived little helpers till it's time for them to be bye-bye. And you all to be led around by the noses like stupid fucking sheep. And oh my gosh, thank God these creators are helping us. Well, they've actually used that person and all the shit for all the years through many cases to take advantage of all of y'all. Drain you fucking dry, mind fuck the hell out of you. Play fake this, fake that. Oh, it's a scam, but actually they're all counting the money together behind the scenes, and the Justins and the fucking Ziggies and everybody else and the MGLs with that person throughout all this shit. And Ernie, yeah, all them with this same part. I mean, throughout all the years, all these creators, and they know it. And so I know what's being done, and I'm like, another one. All right, cool. See me eat and feed on this line. And now they're gonna reverse it. Be like, Jody sees against no, the other creators are just doing the Lord's work. Bullshit. Bullshit. Jody Sue's been here for years standing up against this shit. 40 owls in a fucking raincoat, motherfuckers taking advantage of all y'all and all these families and victims, fighters, survivors, law enforcement. Shit throughout many cases for many years that I've, been here. That's what I came here for. I'll be goddamn if you're gonna be like, oh, she's against all this. No, it's these creators mind fucking you again, laying it like they do every time. They create these bow ties and throw off these motherfuckers that have helped them into all this shit and make you think they're the goddamn heroes. You know? And how many did this one they're trying to throw off now? How many, scamathons and fundraisers and St. Judy Jude shits did they, participate in type things over the years through many cases? Huh. It's weird, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, but they're just now figuring out, but yet they can find one of us within minutes of an Amber Alert. And our properties and everything, like, down to our fucking, like, foot size. But they don't know what these things are amongst them. Common sense tell you they're full of shit. And they're taking you for a ride. These motherfuckers who illegally obtain data, hack, do this and the other, reverse IP, surgery, all this shit. And yeah. totally unaware of who and what these are throughout all these cases together. Give me a fucking break. They all got each other on speed dial. Those who have brains know it. So no, I do care a great deal. But they're always up to some fuck shit, so I'm gonna continue it. Y'all tap me on the shoulder when them nefarious bitches trying to act like they're your heroes. They're saving you from one of these 40,000 raincoats. Oh my gosh, they just discovered. But yet, chasing and the Jennies and the Adrians and the TMs and everybody fucking else's and the preferred hip hops and the ICUs and the Lippy and everybody else who are long term, everybody's around all these fallen true crime bullshit for years with this same group and these drama motherfuckers and came over here with and around and all these that intersect. They damn well know. And they've helped hide it, keep y'all oblivious, push out the content, the narrative. They know. They know. Like always, they're helping you guys not be taken advantage of. But they have been doing it with these people for years. Till certain receipts start popping up, and then they're like, oh gosh. Let us out them now and throw them off the bridge. Look, guys, we're the heroes. Okay. You said so. They ain't heroes. They're your abusers and monsters and the things hunting you down, even as viewers, subs, chats, the vulnerable, victims, survivors, fighters, identifying your weaknesses, your life stories, your histories when you share too much chats, all this other shit. Priming you, getting you ready for, watching you to take advantage of you, single you out, make you feel like you got friends and a tribe and company with similar interests, so you trust them more and do all the things. Anyway, I find those things on the daily atrocious. They turn my stomach. They make me want to vomit. They make me furious. What they do to you all, would have watched them do to you all for years. And to all those who come through for the other cases, as well as Summers, the new eyes, the new people they draw in. It breaks my heart. It does. That's what I want stopped. And when you get down to it, things like that, man, they hurt society across the globe. You get taken advantage of like that by a group of people, and then once that realization hits, what's been done and how nefarious it is, even for you all, is. And I've seen it happen more than a few times here, obviously, throughout the years. People become aware of what's been done to them by their creators, who gave them the little wrenches and the power things, and all those who grouped around them. We're like, oh, we love you and you're so great and this there, blah, 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 blah. While they drained, did whatever to them, used them, etc. And they became aware of what was being done to them, what they were being used for, how the little things they thought they were doing that were nothing were actually parts of bigger crimes occurring on you. They're like, oh, hell with this, right? And such. And then knowing that the impact that has around the world, right? It breaks an individual's trust in others around them, their ability to reach out, their sense of trust in fellow humans, trust in general, all that, whether it be online or out in the world. It breaks down human to human connections. It keeps people isolated, which then leads to more and more bad in the world, and more online, and more frustration, more needful things, more broken things, more hate, more isolation of people, and times where we have a hard time communicating face to face or reaching out and doing any of these things anyway, and everything is clipped and has to be short and attention spans and no real conversation. It's the impact that things like that and taking advantage of even just one of you inside of it has on the world scale, how it plays out, and how the ripples from it affect the world. It's there. The impact just even on that one person's life. And the way in which they go about living it from that point forward. And, the breakage cost is it's too much, let alone world impact and ripples from. So, people may not think it's much of a thing, and they may turn a blind eye. Stuff like that, thinking, it's just one idiot online who got taken advantage of. Another prince from whatever scam, love scam type of, oh wow, it's just one person. It's not. All these things are ripples. Butterfly effects. They matter. And they're worth paying attention to and trying to change and stop and, all the things. They are. And for the, not just to save those people or a singular, but in the way that it affects all of humanity. All the dozens of this beautiful little speck, and how we interact and move about with one another on this little speck. Maybe I hope for too much in the world. Maybe of this, maybe of that, You can't fight the whole world with one person. You can't fight the whole internet. No. I mean, you can. But I am realistic. I am but one voice. Mine doesn't make shit in the grand scheme of things, but it adds to the others who are present or who will be. And that, of course, is made. Song, movements, fights. We are all just small things. We're nothings. But we are all somethings when joined together. Now, I don't. Not one of those like, oh, world peace and whatever, man. Everybody's gonna eventually get to where, like, nobody kills nobody, and, you know, fucking fig leaves and whatever, right? Everybody's got an olive branch stuck up their ass type thing, you know. We're human, okay? There will never be a time on this earth where some dumbass isn't doing dumbass shit. There will never be a true, absolute peace. But we can get mighty damn close to not destroying ourselves in this beautiful blue speck while we have it. We can be human. With empathy and heart and soul. And essentially be one. Without all the bullshit. Mostly live and let live. Encourage more than kick down at others. And rejoice and find beauty in our differences and make them what actually brings us together, not separates and divides us. We can cut down on the rate of monsters amongst us. We can help lower the rates of monsters and how often they pop up or are present in and around all of us and on this planet. With education, heart, soul, the refusal to turn blind eyes, more voices, things like that, you know? Accountability, justice. You know. We can be better. And we can all be parts of little things to make it better. Not for a tribe or a team or a side, but for all. All our communities, all our states, all of our countries, nations, continents. Our animals, our plants, our forests. We can do that. People will tell you it's impossible, but it's not. We can be better. And it takes less work, believe it or not, than turning the blind eyes and selective ignorance and hate and the energy it takes to be terrible and to ignore and to drink the Kool-Aid. Propaganda, to be awful things, to, you know, we can all be better. to make it better for all, not for some, not for a side, not for a team. A melting pot. So many forget that one too. Or Ellis Island. Anyway. Divided we fall. Melting pot we are. But also, what is it, little heart gang? What is it? Is the sun shining now? Is the storm over? You wanting sunshine walkies? Can y'all hear him purring? See, he's happy. My little thing, he's happy. And I get kisses. Look at those little, look at the biscuit makers on this bad boy. Oh, thanks for, yeah, I'm yours. Thanks. That's just what I needed today. Okay. You're mine, that's right. Yes. There, have I marked you good enough? I think I marked her. You marked? Shit, we're all marked. Now he's content. Hi, my name is Sherry Sue, and I'm a property of a small little hurricane. Ah, well. What am I going to do about it? Oh, you ready for sunny walks? Yeah. Alright. One treat. Anyway. You guys, what's happening isn't okay on any of these realms. Not world stage, not political, not here on the home front. Not here in the true crime sector where the only crimes most days are being committed by the actual creators and their well-organized group of bullshit across many platforms. Y'all just continue being pebbles and sparks. Voices when where you can for what you can when you can. And no matter where you fall in the political realm, too, I mean, y'all can call me what you will, but I'm not about that party shit. I'm not about this one versus that one, and I ain't much on figureheads, and I ain't about the bullshit, and I don't line myself really anywhere but with humanity. And all. So, just all denizens of this little blue speck matter. The happiness, the joy, the liberties, the freedoms for all. No matter borders, skin colors, religions. All matter. Um, and we should all remember that. I think no matter what and where you reside, how you vote, you know, I mean, shouldn't just be about you. And if you're thinking about you terms, eventually there's going to be nobody left to speak for you. When you becomes the enemy. As one thing or the other shifts. And the things you use against your opponents or enemies will inevitably be used against you too. Or while you're not paying attention or turning blind eyes. Or while things are going your way. Or you're happy with and others are suffering. Or you're forgetting or you're not counting, you know. No. But if you're still just thinking in you terms, you're not thinking at all. Anyway, I'm gonna start railing at this point though. I don't think it's gonna happen, but for civics classes to be returned to whatever, I swear, and other things, like, I just sort of want it to be required that, like, anybody voting has to be able to pass basic things like those trying to become a citizen have to, for immigration purposes, and questionnaires, or that they have to do a basic history test and pass it at certain percentage rates, or, you know, have to understand how many branches of government there are, first of all, and how they function. I'm gonna need that. That should probably happen for online usage as well, quite frankly. But not just that, it should go further. Since you're operating on a stage that can go global, you should have to do a global history exam. Be able to, like, name and identify all continents and oceans at least, you know. Something. Something's gotta give here, guys. Or make it to where if you've not participated in the little elections where only like 2 people show up, then you can't vote in your figurehead NFL ticket fucking bullshit. You can't vote in that one if you didn't show up to all the other little ones and didn't pay attention to all that shit and what your good old boys teams are, you know, because that's where it starts, you see. It's where it is, and that's what got some days, man. You just want to be like, yeah. world history, geography, civics. They matter. And if everybody today, I'm telling you, I'm so furious over the Iwo Jima and Code Talkers thing, and that alone, man, that alone, let alone the rest. But that's what it's meant to do, man. I just, look here, wow. And then knowing, because I paid attention just a few short years ago. They did this once before, but these websites are taking off things under other things besides this anti-DEI thing. They did it before. The last four. This ain't the first time they've done this. First time, yeah, they're just doing it again. People are like, oh my God. I'm like, wait, no, they've done this before. Hell's only been a couple years, y'all forgot already. And while they were doing that, worse things were happening in Blitzkrieg. It's a disheartening day today. But, you know, knowing their Tuskegee Airmen and their families and direct sources still alive and Code Talkers are still two alive. And Jackie Robinson's family, obviously. Let alone all the others who were raised that probably weren't put back up. Anything fixed. That now you won't pay attention to or know they've vanished. But imagine they were great parts of our history and still are. Big parts of. And then to wake up and see that be done and that stripped away from, I can't imagine. What a slap in the face to those families of the Code Talkers and those two still alive that remain with us. What a slap in the fucking face. Anyway, y'all, I'm out of here for right now. I'm gonna take little Hurricane on a walk in the sunshine. You had to do one in the misty rain this morning. And he was like, ew, 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 my biscuit makers. My mother, what? My biscuit makers are soggy. And then I got some mechanical things I gotta get to and fixed that went wildly wrong. And I'll try to get my hands to cooperate and participate in that fuckery. See if I can keep from taking a whole ass hand or arm off while I fix that problem. Crushing a finger or 3. Probably gonna happen. But it's a not waitable situation. Especially now the rain's passed, so. Nah. Fuck. Yeah, man. And oh my gosh, the coyotes were us. I thought about coming live. Because at like 8 o'clock last night, they lit up and they were right here. They were on to some shit. They were on some fuck shit. 8 o'clock. And I thought they were responding to some emergency vehicles that were way out on the parkway, but no. No, they were up to some fuck shit. And I was like, bro, why are you right behind me doing this shit? Are you hunting my raccoons? Son bitch. You know? Anyway, I had to go there and talk to him. I thought about putting him on camera. I was like, I'm the PJs, which the fuck do I care normally, but oh, these are mine. extra comfy, well-worn PJs. And they weren't a nice, go get them YouTube PJ. No. And I just didn't feel good. I still don't. What the fuck is that? I still need to get back to that video. Anyway, and then I was gonna come live for some other stuff, but I gotta finish making sure I'm right on some things. Also, um, or you know how this realm is. And I'm trying to weigh mine. Because it's getting harder. Some days, and as the years go by, to not stoop to these motherfuckers' level or come back with just straight, I wouldn't say straight drama, but just shit they can make content off of, whatever, you know. Just for their fucking entertainment value, though, I am speaking about shit that's absolutely serious, what they've done, and calling them out for it. Because it's what some of these attention-seeking pieces of shit like, and they enjoy being mentioned, and it builds up views for them, and I try not to do that. It's very hard to walk through this room some days, but, the thing is that, trying to weigh having a little mercy and grace. I have to take time every now and then to make sure that dealing with this realm and these fucking monsters doesn't change or alter me in ways that I don't want to be. Or to lead me towards an edge where I become as they are. Something I never want. And I refuse to be, because I'm a me, I'm not a them, and I know my heart and my soul and my compass and my cells, and though each of those things are drastically different, I think, for an abundance of us, all of us, I guess. Because people's cells and compasses, I guess, are formed based on what they're running, you know. Everybody's can be different, but we should all have a median there, right? But I do try to often sit down, self-evaluate, make sure all the bad little crumbs of the monsters are cleansed and dusted out and all that, and, you know, that I'm not erring close to. And I try to make sure I'm still me. And doing and continuing everything as just me. So some days, by God, I don't feel like it. I do feel like coming here and being like, I ain't doing the same things that they get up to. Like, I just, yeah, as far as like, oh, you gonna do this to my fat bitch? I do it to yours, you know? Because trust me, I could. And there are days I really fucking want to. But I weigh all things. And right now, there are a couple, select few, that I do think it would behoove them to be outed and firework displayways around their areas. That it would benefit the world. Um and help change in this realm. Because I can because of what their needful things are and what they're but I'm weighing that decision mightily on how and whether I want to do that. Of course, I'll still not go to the same links per se that they've gone. Like, no way, not even possible, nor something I would do. But I think outing them in the areas they live in such fantastic ways that, well, change happens. Certain monsters are stopped. So, weighing that right now. And knowing that doing so wouldn't affect anything other than them really, or outing what they've done somewhat in and around summers and other cases and yada yada. And probably putting full stop to their whole illustrious careers as fucking participants in a well organized ring of criminal assholes online operating in and around open and active cases, you know. So, it's the way to that. Judging the scales, that type of thing, deciding how to do it, how to do it with fire. And I don't mean like real fire, I mean like, you know what I mean, metaphorically speaking. And, because it does. I mean, there's obviously I got some feels about it. With grace and mercy. Either way, I do often feel very sad for some of these throughout the years, whether they believe it or not. It's part of being me too. That's why monsters often find those like us, because we feel for them. Which is the hell of it, isn't it? Some of us can see them clear as day and transparent as glass, and they can smell us out of a fucking crowd. It's like the worst magnets fucking ever that exist on this planet, but monsters also don't like those that speak out or speak against or out them or rip off masks either. Doesn't matter what variety of monster. They don't like that shit. Um, But I do often feel sad for them. My heart breaks for some of them. Sometimes. It shouldn't, and I know it shouldn't, and that in itself is like, oh God, stop it, Jody Sue, you know? But I do. Can't help that either about myself. It's probably part of being abused for as long as I've been throughout my life, too. Obviously, that wiring's there. You feel for monsters sometimes when you shouldn't. And you know they're being broken. You'll never have reasons why. They'll always be what they are. There's no coming back from. There's no this. There's no change. There's no... They're going to be what they are. Forever. You know? So... my waist. Heart empty, but you can't help but feel it. And I guess for me, it's like, well, if I don't feel that, then I've lost my humanity, I guess. I don't know. But even those creatures here who've tormented the fuck out of everything and everyone inside of this community around summer for so many years. And those from the It Puts the Lotion On sector up there in PA to the rest, to the batshit crazy 40 Owls variety, to the jankiest motherfucking porch fronts and things, you know, to the broken walls and ass cheeks variety. And you see them and you know they're just weak. They're broken. There's something wrong. You can't fix it. You can't do shit for it. It's like finding some pathetic mewling mess of an animal just rendering itself and everything around it into shreds because it's in pain and torment of some variety or broken. You know, just you don't know what to do for it. You just know you can't help it. It's too late. It's far beyond that. But knowing that's the reason it's partially doing or wounding things around it and itself, dragging itself around, hurting other things. You feel for them sometimes. But you have to come to terms with the fact that they do not change. They're not healable, not fixable. They're not talk toable. They're not gonna have some arc, though they love that. I know y'all have seen so many creators here with the arcs. They're the worst of the worst. And they have I found Jesus and whatever, and I'm so sorry for all my sins upon the YouTubes, and I'll be better now. And I'm like, yeah, okay. As any survivor, fighter, victim will tell you, oh, God, I'll live through that. You don't need a sign to tell you what they're up to when these creators do that. In 6 weeks, they'll be back to the same shit. Punching you in the face, taking advantage of you. You know, it's a cycle. It's a thing. No matter what monster you're dealing with. They'll be your friend, and they'll eat your hand off. Yeah, but they're never your friend. Like, you can't help them. You can't fix them. Don't be sucked back in by them or their mewling brokenness. You can't fix it. Whatever hole and evil thing will never be filled for them. They do often enjoy the bloodshed, the pain, the agony of others, unlike actual mewling animals who are broken. And they do often set out with that intent because at the time it feels good and it's a temporary fix or some way to gain for them or to, especially here online, to be able to do that. and profit from it and not be held accountable for it like they would be in their own households or public settings. So, they think, anyway, until they get caught up in well organized criminal organizations operating over many things through many years. Whatever. Let's hope. But anyway, I do often feel for them. I do. But that doesn't mean that I won't always know with certainty that they are not fixable and they need to be stopped. They can, and last night, night before, one of my family mentioned they're like, oh, that crazy fuck or whatever, come up in a random thing, like they were equating the crazy one in PA, to something else out in the world. And I was like, what the fuck? What'd you just say? Like, yeah, crazy one, it's always after you. In the PA. I was like, oh, that one. See, it's all you have to say. You don't have to say a name. I was like, oh, that fuckface. Well, it's going through some things. Anyway. But yeah, that's how widespread the monsters go. Such a pissant character in the grand scheme of the world. Such a tiny little fucking monster. It's managed to do so much damage and terrible and awful, criminal ass fucking things for years. And so far, it thinks gotten away with it. The propaganda and the bullshit and the acquisition and the crimes it's committed, I'm just untold for such a little thing. I don't know what things like that expect exactly, like their names to be written and monuments in history or not to be forgotten or for their terrible thing. Do you want to be famous for being a shitty fucking monster or criminal shit online or terrorizing other human beings? Okay, sure, girls, go right on ahead. We'll pass. But yeah, right here, I mean, it literally, it's the thing. Doesn't even have a name. People around here are like, oh, that crazy one from PA that's always like, no shit, it was described to me as wants to wear your skin. I was like, yeah, that one. No, you don't even have to say his name, so nobody knows his name. It's just like that crazy one from PA. Everybody knows who the fuck you're talking about. But it's a nameless monster. Anyway, you guys, I'm, such is the mark. The attention. Sought by those. The needful things. Well, I don't know. I don't know what they expect. When real people with real souls and hearts speak of them, they're known as the crazy bastards or monsters or whatever else. Not just by myself, but many. And they don't even have to be called by name to know which is which and what's what. And for others in and around Summer's real community, to know who the fuck each other is speaking about. Like, oh, that one with the fucking woo-woo eyes. And oh, that one. Oh, the one that spits on the grocery. Oh, that one. Oh, the one that really thinks shaking trees. Here. Oh, that one that's up your monsters. I saw that. That one with the fucking butt cheeks. Yeah, like they're nameless. Their damages are untold, though. Anyway, so far. I don't know, anyway, I digress. As usual, squirrel in the sunny southern driveway. Now I'm gonna go get to the mechanical fix and tiny hurricane walking. maybe a snack. Maybe. Not felt much like eating the last few days. And I've not, except for some dry toast and peanut butter and shit to try to keep something on my stomach, having to force it down. It's not felt very good the last few days, but I've used that time down to do what I do. And anyway, I'll be back at some point. Y'all tap me on the shoulder. I don't know if they're finished bow tying that other fuckery up and one of their known little helpers for all these years. Between so many creators taking advantage of so many millions that have passed by here through many years, through many cases. But if you see that next, just let me know. Tap me on the shoulder. Yeah. See where they're bow tying and whatever. Y'all can't play that on the way out. That'll definitely be one to get me kicked off of fucking. Yeah. Alright. Let me see. What do we got here? I do love that song. We'll go with this one. On the way out today. Oh, there's something about a jet stream. Oh, and it's over Tennessee. Ryan Hall says, y'all. Ryan Hall, y'all. God now had to avoid there for the next 6 months. Sweet baby Jesus, the things that were happening to Ryan Hall last time I fucking met. Like, seriously, when I first benched him, don't be here, but when like, y'all motherfuckers go anywhere, y'all know I'm like, it's the fucking funky as shit. It's weird. Anyway. Poor Ryan, they did that to that other guy. Oh, because they knew what it was weird. Y'all are weird. Oh, and I do know something else I am doing. I am gonna spend some of my time over the next few days working on one of my skulls, I think. And some stonework. Hopefully. If I don't break all the hands doing other things today. Trying to anyway. I don't get paid enough to be a mechanic. Anyway. Yeah. Alright. Yes. Now, should be. Anyway. Here we go. My place went on the way out today. Y'all have a good day. And enjoy whatever weather you find yourselves in. Dance in and around it all. Be a little pebble of spark. Always spin where you can. It's okay to shoot flames out of your ears and eyes and nose every night. It's okay. We all have those days. Things that should ignite all of us as one. And I gotta tell you, today's one of those days. But you better watch what the other hand's doing, because it's always up to some fuck shit. Anyway, y'all enjoy the spec, the vast cosmos. And I'm glad to see the astronauts have touched back down. That's pretty groovy. Should have been NASA, no SpaceX. But anyway, glad to see they're back. It's amazing. Glad we didn't have a... Do y'all remember that one time in history when, like, fucking Soviets and the powers changed and they forgot they had a whole ass man up in space for like a year and a half? The wife kept telling me, bitch, my husband's up there. And they're like, no, ma'am, we didn't have him. But, like, it took her forever. There's a changing of governments happening. She was like, hey! Finally, he got rescued. Y'all remember that? And I believe he was left up there so long, he was actually like 30 seconds younger than the rest of the populace. Like, Earth. I don't know. Man. Oh. A flock, right? You gotta remember that was before the days where they had real treadmills and equipment to try to keep their strength because of your muscle. Everything changes. I just can't imagine how that poor guy felt. But anyway, yeah. So I'm glad to see they've touched back. But they're like, oh, fuck. 3 days turned into Gilligan's Island space tour. But God, how amazing would it be to be up there amongst the stars? Perspective. And what man in this tiny speck are there, right? Maybe we should all be so lucky as to one day see that. So we have the right perspective. Cosmically speaking. Anyway, and as humans, and of each other on this planet. And y'all, I'm gonna try to go back in history if it's still here. Because things be vanishy lately, let me tell you. And share out the documentary I was watching a few days back of the Hitler Youth and such that I was speaking about in this. That way, if any of y'all are interested, you can watch it. So, I guess look for that on the community wall. Hell, I may have honestly already shared it. I don't know. But I'll share it again just in case, because I know that I've shared some of those I've been watching lately. So anyway, yeah. Alright, you guys enjoyed the spec, vast cosmos. Little pebbles, voices, sparks, little happy trees and birds and music and storms and remember today that sometimes our differences are what enable change and true fights and wars won, and deserve recognition for that. And some of the greatest atrocities in history couldn't have been stopped without differences. But in so saying that, also, we're all human. And our differences are what make us beautiful. And we all deserve the same rights to happiness, quality, rights, the beauty of the journey that's so short on this little speck in these vast cosmos. Y'all have a good day, okay? And please do share out the DV/Universal Land Signal for help. And as always, please share Summer's picture, information, and color burning. Outro, my dudes. We'll have a cigarette and finish off my coffee. for the walls and the mechanical inevitable failure. I'm certain of it, but hey, you gotta try anyway, even if you expect a little breakage.
Let's go with that. There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there, telling me I got to beware. I think it's time we stop, children. What's that sound? Everybody, look what's going down. There's battle lines being drawn, and nobody's right if everybody's wrong. Young people speaking their minds are getting so much resistance from behind. Time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. What a field day for the heat. 1,000 people in the street, singing songs and a carrying signs. Mostly say hooray for our side. It's time to stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Paranoia strikes deep into your life. It will creep. It starts when you're always afraid. Step out of line, the man come and take you away. You better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. You better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. You better stop now. What's that sound? Everybody look what's going. You better stop. What's that sound?
Actually, I'll play this one just because I like this song. So we're gonna go to this one. I swear it was in a dream. Baseball. Oh, it's lying to me. I got the pink. So many tabs open. I may have accidentally fucking lied, but it's all this fucking piece of shit text. Just can't do it, Captain. Do not have the power. Man, I'm gonna have the coast come out and fix this shit. Gonna have to. Might be like, you keep all my shit in it and somehow do the things. Do the things. Do the magic. Make it tragedy
And I just want to express myself in a way to where, people can just feel exactly who I am. Personal style for me is all about the detail.
Here we go. Finally.
Well, I beat the drum and hold the phone. The sun came out today. We're born again. There's new grass on the field. Around the third and headed for home. It's a brown-eyed, handsome man. Anyone can understand the way I feel. Oh, put me in cold. I'm ready to play today. Put me in cold. I'm ready to play today. Look at me. I can be set field. Well, I spent some time in the Mudville night, watching it from the bench. You know, I took some lumps when the mighty case struck out. So say, hey, Willie, tell the cow, and Joe DiMaggio, don't say it ain't so. You know the time is now. Oh, put me in cold. I'm ready to play today. Put me in cold. I'm ready to play today. Look at me. I can be center field. Yeah, yeah. Got a beat up glove, a homemade bat.